I think Mason's does a better portion, right? The Bar Harbor one, I would want to get like the double lobster. Mason's does a way better portion. My theory is that Bar Harbor, because they're not doing a market rate for the lobster, they actually decide whether they need to skimp on how much goes into it based upon how much the lobster costs that day. Because it's just a flat rate of 27 bucks instead of like a market rate. But yeah, I would have gone double lobster, which I'll probably end up doing, next time. I think that's gonna be my new like. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my go-to like pre Seattle JS like eating place because yeah, it's a little more expensive than the ramen I used to get, but it's also like closer to where Seattle JS usually is. So yeah, it's probably worth it to me. Just depends on like how much time I have before the event. Fan of Samurai Noodle? It's all right. Yeah, it's not bad. I got a couple ramen places I like. So there's Jinya, which is a chain. They're pretty good. I like if I'm over here on like the east side, I think I like Jinya more than I like a bunch of other places so far. But yeah, no worries, Fane, man. Yep, have a good one. Um, if I'm in Seattle, my favorite place is actually Betsu Tenjin. And they're open like super late too. Oh, you were missing some brackets? Oh, interesting, Todd. Okay. Betsu Tenjin. Yeah, so it's Capitol Hill. Let's look at it on the map. So yeah, it's like right there by Numos. Like it's on the same street as Numos and Barboza and all that. Dude, Robert Tables, I don't think there's anything you could have done. I don't think there's anything you could have done. My team went off. Oh, I should look at my team this week though. Shit. Shit. Please don't have anybody on a Thursday night. Oh, I got someone on a Thursday. It's Puka though. Hold on. I gotta do this before the teams start playing. Can't have Derek Carr in. Okay, Lamar's not playing. Perfect. Um, Darnell Mooney for Zay Flowers. Yeah. I need to drop my defense before then. Yeah, I had Puka on my team. I had an amazing week. Yeah, yeah. So last week, hold on, let me go look at that matchup last week. Last week I had Puka. Darnell Mooney got 17 points. David Montgomery got 16 points. Rashad White got 23 points. Chuba Hubbard got 18 points. My kicker got 16 points. Granted, my defense got 2, but my defense was up against Green Bay, and that was one hell of a game, so they didn't do that well. And then the person I was playing against, Robert Tables here, had Kansas City that was against like the Chargers. So yeah, Puka really like messed up their defense. So yeah, I was proud of that. Yeah, it's looking like me and Atoda are going to be competing. Right? Like, yeah, you got woofed. Yeah, for sure. So basically, I'm in fourth place at 8-6-0. Yeah, let's look at it this way. So me and Atoda, we're both at 8-6-0. He's on a 4-win streak though, but I'm beating him like points for by only 2 points. 1566 versus 1564. So basically, this week determines which one of us gets into the playoffs. If we look at it, I've made the most moves out of any other person. I've made 27 moves, right? Like ads, drops, etc. The next highest is 15. And part of what I do is I pick my defense and my kicker based upon like matchups that week. At the beginning of the season, when people were all like hurt, but I wanted to hold on to good people, I would like drop my defense and kicker until the last minute and have someone else filling their spot. All these techniques I learned from the league. You can actually pick up some really good fantasy football like tricks from the league. You can also learn some really bad habits as well, such as tinkering. But yeah, dude, it's going to come down to points. Hold on, I need to reply to Atoda. Oh, such a good show. Rafi Bomb. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Ooh, is that a jukebox? I'm going to go put $7 worth of Hoobastank in it. Oh, you had the Legion of Boom as your defense one year? Nice. Yeah, Brian, like he never gets Kevin's name right. Yeah, dude, I love that show so much. Taco's the best. But yeah, so Betsu Tenjin right here next to Numos. I think it's better than the other spot people tend to go to for ramen here in Seattle. And yeah, we'll get to my code here in a second, but like, no, Seattle ramen, this is important. So yeah, the other ramen place that people tend to mention is, I think this one. Yeah, Ramen Danbo. It's all right. I massively prefer Betsu Tenjin at this point. So yeah, Lance, I'd say, if you're ever in Capitol Hill late night, they're open till like 3 a.m. Oh, 1:15. I've seen them open later. Basically, if they have customers, they'll stay open later. I've definitely seen them open at like 2. Probably not 3, though. Yeah, it depends on the cons, right? But yeah, like basically if I get back from a late flight, like I'm getting into Seattle around, 11 o'clock, midnight, something like that, I always hit up Betsu Tenjin on the way home. Like always. And yeah, it's like really thin. Like it's very much like like an authentic ramen place. It's not just some like big restaurant like we're used to here in the US. Like in Japan, a lot of the ramen places are very like thin, like bar type things. So yeah, it's like it's as authentic as I can think of it. But yeah, really good stuff. Yeah. So I don't know if the photos will make it obvious. Right? So like basically you walk in and there's the bar here and then there's just like one row of tables on the right, like to the right of here. Like it's a very like thin restaurant that just goes like deep. And that's how a lot of like Japanese restaurants are as well. The one thing is their eggs aren't the best, right? I've had better like soft-boiled eggs elsewhere, but man, yeah, the shashu is good. I get extra shashu when I go. Broth is solid. I've had bad broth there once where it like was a little bit burnt. Um, I mean, I like pho from at least one person I've talked to. Seattle actually doesn't have any good pho, right? And they're Vietnamese, like they are very picky about it. I don't know what makes good pho versus bad pho. The stuff I've had was good. I still prefer like a solid ramen. Linwood has good pho. Okay. Yeah. I've just heard someone say that Seattle doesn't have good pho. I think very similarly, I've heard people say that like Seattle's Indian food is a bit meh, but some of the best Indian food is actually over here in Redmond, which kind of makes sense from like a Microsoft perspective, right? They employ a lot of Indian people. Yeah, I wouldn't know either there, Robert. But okay, so let's get to the code that we're actually doing. I know, sorry everyone. We took some time getting there. Yeah, that sounds about right, Lance. I haven't had any of the Chinese food down by like King Street Station. I've heard that's where some of the best Chinese food is too. How's it going, JWEF? Yes, I see the SaaS stuff. Cool. Glad you like SaaSes. All right. So the part we left off on is we basically need a type safe way of generating these keys. So Robert Tables, yeah, we're doing some DynamoDB stuff, which you may be interested in, maybe not. And yeah, no worries, Todd. Have a good one. The idea is I want to basically have this like key map. Yeah. So I want to have this key map. So my partition key I want to create from the business ID, the balance ID, and the account ID, and I want to prefix those things, right, to where they look a bit like this string, where it's, users, business ID, balance ID, the balance ID, and then account ID, the account ID, right? And I want that to be not caring about the order in which I put these things. So if I were to go and do this, right, there we go. Change that order, we should still get success true. And we do, which is nice. So the main gist is this is only part of my ORM. So we were able to make this work towards the end of the day on Tuesday, but this function doesn't actually get called directly in every case. So in some places when I'm creating a, like an entity, I will call this function to do this part. But then there's other parts where this data wrapper, right, is going to do something like get by index. And at that point, the index, we would pass in those keys here, right? The index we're checking against would be passed there, and then maybe even a secondary ID that we want to do, for getting it, right? But we're not crafting the string as we pass it in. We're crafting the string when we do this get all by ID. So down in here, right, this table query creator does the get all by ID. That's maybe not the best example. Hold on. Instead of get by index, let's do like the regular get by ID. Am I in the wrong place? Okay, get by ID. Oh, it's actually just get all by ID. All right. Yeah, I forgot we're doing that. Okay, so then in table query creator, right, get all by ID is where we actually start like creating these keys. So basically, we have table key methods, get table key. This dot get table key methods is where we construct this thing and we pass it into the table query creator. Let me double check. Yeah, like there's a bit of indirection with this abstraction. That could be nicer. But basically, yeah, we instantiate the table key creator up here, and we're passing in the table key methods basically by doing a lookup of the data store name. Right, so table key manager get table is then where we do some of this magic. And that is this instance here where we have this create key string and all that. So what we end up needing is basically a lookup table that we pass to this table key manager, and that's the table keys map. But what this needs to be is statically analyzable. And right now, table keys map is a dynamic thing. Yeah, I mean, so this is the internals of the ORM. Like for a consumer, the externals are not that. But because we're trying to build this out, we have to care about the internals. But we want to make it type safe. And yeah, some of this, like I'm refreshing myself because we haven't dug that deep into it, right? I built this 2 years ago. So the key is I want to be able to make this type safe to where when I do, and maybe having an example. Oh, yeah. Sorry, over in here, right? When I want to do something like, is it not in here? Oh, that's a bad example. So yeah, here where I'm doing, create's not the example, get by ID, right? This get by ID should be type safe. But I can just do foo bar and it doesn't throw any error. So that's the biggest problem I'm running into with consuming this abstraction that I have. So what I need to do is create a test case in which I can validate this, not here in this project, but over in the library. So I need to recreate some of this in like a test file. And yeah, like this is the big problem. So I don't know if I have any of that output available right now. Yeah, so right here, extra keys were passed. They will be ignored. That is probably an issue, but it's like hidden at this point, right? We're not going to do a test harness at all because this is in editor stuff, right? So we just need VS Code to tell us if it's working or not. So we basically just need to build a file in which we're doing this logic inside of a test file over here, which we've started doing here, but this was with a somewhat broken version of what we're doing. So then this is the proper version. So yeah, here in this new, we do need to add a dev dependency. And yeah, how you doing, Fallen? All right, so then from there, right, we just got this implementation testing section below. And this is where we want to kind of do some of this magic. Now, I don't think I don't know if we have the right abstraction for these other things, right? Like the table key manager and the table query creator and the data wrapper. I'm pretty sure table query creator. Table key manager is going to be the thing that has the like our new function on it. Yeah. Okay. Hey Eric, English only, please, over on YouTube. Just, I'm guessing you're saying you love SaaS as well. So I think a big part of it is table key manager manages the keys map here. And our type for table keys map we can't do an as const for that. No, I'm not using any no-code stuff. You can kind of tell because you see code on the screen, don't you? And yeah, how's it going there? What you up to, Best? Yeah, so we ended up getting the function for create keystring working. But that still only solves part of our abstraction problem. Because we end up calling it like this. So this needs to abstract out some other stuff. Why not? Because I'm not. It's actually pretty simple there, Eric. So really, yeah, it's here in get tables that we're doing a bunch of this logic. And it's create get tables with the table key manager. Where are we defining table key manager? That ends up being this, where we store all of that. Now, we don't need all of these things. Ooh, and where is table key map coming from? Got it. So that's this. I think table key map there is actually the problem. Because this is like fully dynamic. All right, so we can simplify this by making it just a couple things. So we're going to do users and accounts. Excuse me. All right, so we'll get rid of basically everything we're doing here. Yeah, thank you. All right, and then instead of partition key, it's just partition sort. No, the animation is power mode. Oh. Okay. And we can get rid of tertiary and quaternary. Oh, okay. So our abstraction is a little off. Oh, interesting. So we do want that to be keys. If AI would be able to fix this, then you'd be worried about your job. Sure. Yeah, like complex type safety issues. Sure. Okay, so we generate the table key manager. How else are we using that? Hold on. Yeah. We're gonna have to majorly change like sortable DB keys. But this value, table key manager, I think that's in middleware. Create get tables. So that gets passed to that. Ooh, and we're doing that over in middleware. We'll just copy it for now. Hmm. So creating the data wrapper ends up being the part that we care about. And we can just cast it because we don't care about this actually running in here. We care about the type safety of it. So really, create data wrapper is what we care about. So Marvel, I'd rather concentrate on the task at hand than explaining the SaaS right now. Where does that come from? So this is, we're going to do tables.get. The prop is the table name. No. Right. No. So it's like the internal table name. So it's more like entity name. Whereas table name here is core because that's our actual like Dynamo table. Yeah, okay. But I'm doing that part wrong. So this would be, we'll just say this as as unknown as data store. And then, yeah, this is just core, but that part matters a bit less. Okay, let me get more music on. So yeah, Marvel. Basically, the thing I'm trying to do right now is make a query like this be type safe. Technically, if I were to pass something like foo, right, that should be an error, but it isn't. So we want to be able to get all of the business users by these ID values that we're going to pass into it and generate a string that looks something like this. Right? But that needs to be fully like type safe because, you know, as we like pivot and change our data access patterns, you know, some of these things are broken, and I do have it to where like it'll throw an error if the value's not there. But debugging that at runtime is annoying because I got to go fix it, then the database has to refresh, and then I have to do like the multi-factor auth. And sure, I could use 1Password, like someone pointed out previously, for the multi-factor part to save some of that time, but I shouldn't even have to save that time, right? Because we should have a little bit more confidence that the IDs we're querying by are actually like what they should be. So yes, I still want to have the runtime validation of it, but I definitely need dev time validation of it too. So yeah, some type safety. Does that help? When I'm actually back to working on the SaaS part of things, I'll happily explain that part, but I want to stay kind of focused on this task right now. All right, so then if we do data wrapper dot get by ID, right, we have reproduced the issue, which isn't actually an error here. But once we're done modifying some of this stuff in this data wrapper library, this should then become an error. What do you mean? Like when I'm doing the multi-factor auth stuff? I'm using like authenticator apps. Like that's so irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. That part doesn't matter. Again, I want to stay focused on the task at hand. We have an any there right now just because it doesn't matter, right? We're not actually querying this stuff. We're not actually getting any data back. What we're looking for is type safety on this part. And this doesn't actually matter based on this any. Just like casting this empty object as unknown as data store. That doesn't matter because this is not runtime code. This is all stuff that we simply want to evaluate here at dev time with our type safety. So we can actually like fiddle with the type system without having to make it like actually like runtime perfect. We can trick the type system into thinking these types are what we need, or just not worry about a type that doesn't affect the outcome of what we're doing right here. This type safety right here is only dependent upon this value that we're passing right now. This type that we're doing for the generic there is actually based upon like the type we get if we query this, like that's what we get back from it. So right now it'll be any. If I change it to, I don't know, user, which doesn't exist right now, well then yeah, it's user. But that doesn't actually impact anything about what we're trying to fix type safety wise. So any there doesn't matter, right? We can do unknown if we want, right? Will that appease you? Sure. But that's actually not something that TypeScript likes. So I just, you know, I don't care. We can do that, which is basically any in this case too. The biggest thing is that any there does not impact our actual goal for what we're trying to do with this. The entire problem is that this is allowed, and it shouldn't be. So we're trying to fix that type safety. What we can also see is that, yeah, get by ID for users here. The user's partition key is actually going to be business ID, balance ID, and account ID. It's probably, no, that should be accounts. So let's fix that. But that's not even like the biggest part of what we're doing right now. So here we go. This is a better example. So users, this is actually going to need business ID as part of the main query. Actually, it doesn't. Yeah, I guess the bigger thing would be if, let's change the name of this from data wrapper to users table. Oh, wrong thing. I want that to be type case sensitive. So yeah, I want to recreate at least the cases that we're going to care about for these things. And then instead of users table, this becomes accounts table. All right, so then based upon this map, we would need business ID and account ID. All right, so the other error we want is, sure, we're passing account ID, but this line should give us an error if we're not passing business ID. So let's actually do this. Right, cool. And then let's do the same thing for this. All right, there we go. So the fact that the bad doesn't give us any like type error is a huge problem. Mad Dog, you're saying the AI I'm using? The AI I'm using does pretty good for what I'm actually looking for from it. Like, it just gave me this one pretty well. It just gave me this one pretty well. It gave me exactly what I needed. Like, what are you talking about? It gave me exactly what I needed. I don't know, man. Like, I didn't type these two lines. Or I typed the good should work, and then it knew that this was what we needed. Like, that's exactly what I was expecting. Like, I don't know, man. All right, so now this is the part where we're going to have to modify the query creator and table key manager, I think. And what's up, Tiago? I'm using Super Maven, which happens to be owned by Cursor now. All right, so yeah, this part we don't care about. And yeah, it turns out that I don't think I don't think this like create key is actually necessary. I don't think we need that abstraction. All right, so hold on. Let me read some of this. Let me catch up. You can't deal with AI editing directly multiple files. Just a bit of autocomplete here and there is enough, in your opinion. Sure. Yeah. Bob, you feel the same way. In your case, you think you're just resistant to change. Sure. Yeah. I tend to read every line in a PR too. That's why I push back a lot when the PRs are way too complex. Okay, so and hey, what's up, Seb? How you doing? Been a little bit. So I'm not sure table names matter here. The table keys map, though. Can we do read-only here? No. Nope. So I think a big part of this type safety issue is the table keys map. What if I do this? Oh, that is not what I wanted. Get out of my face, Kodo. They hired a fellow dev. You're not alone? Nice. Hell yes, Ab. Khalid, I saw that. Yes, I've done mobile stuff. So hold on. How are we doing this over here? These are the keys. Ah, yeah. All right. So then the place that we're doing this in here would end up being... And yeah, I think our type for table keys map is going to be our big issue. Table names, I don't think we end up needing. So hold on. There's our key map. And the keys we pass, that's right, would be the key value map. All right, so then table here. That's just DB key. But the key value map is now no longer what we're expecting. All right, so let me get some more music going. But yeah, nice, Sab. That's awesome. All right, so then, yeah, create key string. It takes 3 arguments. That's our key map. And it is basically this. Yeah, this song's great. Yeah, for sure. All right, and then table cannot be used to index that because this needs to be um, T keys. Okay, so I think we're getting close. Right, so then that becomes table keys map. And then we need to turn this into table keys map. Oh, but no, we don't want that. Yeah, how's it going, Code Drift? Yeah, stream's going well. We're just working on some type safety stuff. Pretty similar to what we were doing type safety wise on Tuesday, but now we got some like specific things we want to do, right? Because we need this to actually throw an error because foo doesn't exist as a key for that. When we're doing a create, like we can just use that create key function. But this is what we actually need most of our type safety on. So yeah, our queries, rather than just the create stuff, is what we need the help on. Now here, oh god damn it. Okay, I'm about to uninstall Kodo. It just gets in my way. Yeah, no worries. Oh, and hold on. Table keys map. Table. And yeah, table here is actually not that. It's key of table keys map. All right, so hold on. Over here on new, I don't think table key map is necessary. All right, so now, yeah, this type is no good. Is there a reason why I have lowercased the table names? I don't think so. So we could actually make this users and accounts. So then it's a one-to-one. And what's up, Trevenge? How you doing? So yeah, the way that we're doing that name, yeah, let's go do this over here. And what a Jamau? All right, table key map. Right, we want to make this actually mimic more of what we're doing. All right, so I don't actually want to do that anymore. All right, so create key string and create key string not being used. So we'll get rid of those. So db key map and keys, and we'll just say table. So that would throw an error for us there. Oh, no, we're still getting that issue. Okay, so hold on. I'm not typing table key map properly because now it's a record. That maps to that. Okay, so now if I do this, we don't get an error there anymore. Shit. Oh, nope, hold on. Now we do get an error there. All right, so we definitely need the as const thing. Okay, and then if we do that. Okay, all right, so we fixed that. Yeah, all right. So we'll count that. We go back to not query creator, it's key manager. And yeah, this goes back to that. Take it easy, Vixner. Volkster? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Okay, so tables here. What's the right way to do an enum here? And it's not a const. It's, let's just say enum. Oh, we could do that. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so, and then, yeah, here. Okay, so that is the wrong type now. Oh, interesting. So I broke something here. Hmm. Tables cannot be used to index type table keys map. Hmm. Oh, you gotta go? Yeah, no worries, Seb. Yep. Later. Have a good one. Let me get more music going. Okay, so let me get more music going. Thanks, Rosilla. Appreciate that. Oh, that's a bummer, Rizzola. So we had this working, and now we don't. Wait, so your equals key doesn't work on any of your keyboards? That seems weird. Sounds like you might have remapped it, like at the OS level or something. I don't know. Yeah, not sure. So hold on. We got this working over here. What we could end up doing is not need the enum, and we can just do key of. And as long as it's type safe, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think we need the enum. Hey, what's up? How y'all doing? Welcome, Raiders. Hold on. Who was the raid from? Prodspod. Yeah, how you doing? What were you up to? I typed that right? PZPD currently offline. I'm guessing you change your title when you go offline? So what were you up to today? Or were you offline while you were online? Oh, nice. Yeah, so what does your stream overlay do? I'm guessing, what language were you writing in? If you were using JavaScript or TypeScript, I'm guessing you use TMI.js for the eventing. Oh, so you're doing some C sharp. Okay. Chatters can summon a guy and then they fight each other. You made ranged combat and raid bosses. Like, oh, this sounds fun. Nice. Okay. And is that something that you just have to like self-host on your own machine, or is that like a service that someone could sign up for? Like, could I throw it onto my stream right now without having to download anything? Because that's the nice part about doing it in like JavaScript or TypeScript. You can just run it inside of a browser instance. Okay, so it's a raylib gizmo. I'm not familiar with raylib. Okay. But yeah, as an example, right, I've got this flick game. Right, so everyone throw your flicks. You can also do an emote. Right, but that's all actually just client-side logic. So there's no like, sure, it's like hosted on a server, but it's just JavaScript, HTML, CSS. So there's no like instance for me to run. I just need to have the static assets fetchable, and then it just runs inside of your own like OBS overlay, like, browser source. Yeah, it doesn't work with the stream paired emotes space case. But yeah, like you could even add that to your own stream like real quick and easy. But yeah, I'm guessing raylib. Yep. Okay, makes sense. You might be able to export this to Wasm or something, and then it could run in the browser. Could be worth a shot. Yeah, just throwing it out there as an idea if you want like other people to be able to use it, like similar to the drop game. Do I even have the drop game going right now? I do, but it's below everything. Hold on. Can anyone else try drop? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, wait. No, that wasn't it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, my inspiration for the Flick game came from the drop game. But yeah, if you wanted to end up building that out, in a similar way, yeah, it might be kind of cool. So yeah, I don't know, just throwing it out there. But you know, the drop game was really popular on a bunch of people's streams for a long time. I think Trash Dev had it, Melky had it, bunch of streamers. Yeah. I was just saying, like, I would be curious what that porting process might be, like how easy it would be to turn it into something Wasm based that you could just host online. That'd be cool. So I don't know. Just you do whatever you want. It was just a thought I had. That's all. And damn, a 92 there in Elixis. Yeah, no one's gonna beat that. Ooh, and theirs is good. Ooh, theirs actually animates the GIFs. Ooh, that's solid. Yeah, mine doesn't animate the GIFs. I'll have to look at how they're building that. But yeah, no worries. But yeah, seems cool. I'd love to check out your game more. That's all. Yeah, first try, right? Like, nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, like they all have their things that they do, it just depends. But yeah, I'm going to. Let me look at the drop game. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Yeah, theirs seems to last quite a while. Oh, did drop game stop working? Huh. Well, anyway, I'm gonna hide the drop game. So right now we are building out I'm using DynamoDB for my database. And I want some type safety based upon how I query my tables. And what that means is we had it to a decent enough place, but we started breaking things. If we go to this new page, like this is already broken, so that's fun. If I do this, that is also not it. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I mean that's part of it, but we're now running into other issues. The main gist is when I do this, like here we see the examples. So I want to create my users table with just some arguments. The any doesn't matter for our use case right now. It will later because the any is what like the get by ID would give us back. So right now it's any. That doesn't matter. What we care about is the fact that this should be an error because we're passing a key that it shouldn't get. This should be fine, which it is. And then down here, this should be an error because we're not passing a key that we should be passing, like business ID here. So basically, we're doing a bunch of TypeScript mumbo jumbo to try and make sure that these things actually throw an error in my editor. Because basically, every time I encounter one of those errors and have to go fix it at runtime, my server has to restart and I have to like relog into the app and all that stuff. So it's a little bit of a, like, if I could get better editor tooling, it would save me a lot of time in building out the UI and in like testing the database and the API. So that's the main gist. We are fiddling with this homegrown ORM because we're using Dynamo and we're doing a single table data design. And because I'm using a thing called Architect instead of Dynamo directly, there's just a bunch of stuff around it where a homegrown ORM is probably a better experience than trying to use some other single table data design DynamoDB ORM. That's the theory, at least. But in here, I messed something massively. So this works fine, but it means that tables needs to be known ahead of time to all of this stuff. And while that is doable, it's not ideal because tables is actually defined by the application. It's not something that we define here in the library. So we need to make it dynamic enough that we can pass it in, but it needs to be statically analyzable so it can't be too dynamic. So as we get back to here, it's the table key manager we care the most about right now. And I need to figure out the right way to pass this, this table key. Well, this just isn't something Google would help us much with because it's very specific to our use case. And that's the big problem there, malware. Like if I thought this was something I could Google, I would just Google it. But I don't think Google would be a help. So the thought I was running into is that we don't necessarily need it to be like technically the table keys map defines its own keys ahead of time. So realistically, the table names are just the keys to the table keys map. messed that up. So we could do that. Key of table keys map. So K cannot be used to index type table keys map table key. And K in this case is DB key, so that should be fine. Yeah. So there's like a couple layers to this. Number cannot be used to index table keys map table key K when it definitely should. So this does not satisfy constraint string number symbol. No, because like the main thing is we want to set it as a const. So what I'm getting at is like it couldn't be undefined because like we want to do something like as const. Right? Like all of these are going to be statically analyzable because the way we're defining it over here is we're doing like this as const. So at compile time, like there's no such thing as undefined here because we're looking for exactly like that type checking. Right? So an undefined should just be an error, right? But it shouldn't be an error at this point. So here's one thing. We're defining table keys map here. And that fixes that error right there. Oh. So now it's thinking it could be undefined. But it isn't. So allowed key names here is an array of strings. Key name here is a string. The key value map Jaeger, no, there's definitely a way we can make this work with generics. Like, there's absolutely a way we can do it. As const is our friend here, so that's why that works. It's just this part right here. We are very close, actually. So part of the problem here, yeah, we want to pass table. And yeah, passing key value map here twice is wrong. What we want is this dot table keys map, I think. So then this part they don't like. Oh. Okay, so no, that's what we're looking for there. So key value map here is wrong. Aha, yeah. So what we actually want is this. Oh. Boom. So now we only have this error right here. Yeah, so as const basically informs the TypeScript compiler that whatever you're making that object as, like, let me go show an example. Right? It means that this value is now read-only. And it's lowercase. So basically, if we look at this, it becomes a read-only object. So because it knows at TypeScript, like compile time, that these are read-only, it knows that it won't change at runtime at all. So it knows that these keys will always be there. So then it can make assumptions, and you can use like key of as a type, and it won't just be a string, it'll be only those things. So as an example, if we do type, right, type of key value map, we see that this is, hold on, nope, not that. We'll say foo, why not? Hold on, type of key of, and I think we can just do the key of. Oh, wait, because it's a value, yeah. Type of, boom. Right, so then we do that, we mouse over foo, and, oh, it's not saying what values it would be. That's a little more annoying, but I know there's a way to do this to like demonstrate it better. But basically, it would give us a union of these keys that are in the object rather than something else. So hold on. Let me just do a simpler thing. Const foo. Oh, and hold on, gotta give him a name. Say bar const. Oh, I'm getting stuff. So here we go. Let's do this. So type of bar. What we see here is that foo. Oh, it's actually able to get it there. Okay. Interesting. It should be considering that as just a string, which is interesting. So yeah, I'm not doing very well at demonstrating this, but basically, yeah, the fact that it knows what that'll be. Oh, it's because, yeah, hold on. So if we did something like this, record string string, now we know it's a string, but if we do as const, nah, it's still string. Damn, yeah, I don't have a good way of demonstrating this yet. Sorry, that's my bad. But for the most part, yeah, the const is required. hold on. No, this would be a better example. Key of type of foo of bar. Oh, hold on. Let me do this. So yeah, it's like the arrays where it really helps. So let's just do this. Foo bar. Yeah, as const means read only. Now, hold on. Let's get rid of this because that's messing us up a bit. But then if I were to do bar foo, right, that's as read only, but if we do this, then it's just key of string, right? So hold on, let's do this. So there we go. We see that foo is definitely just going to be a string array. And realistically, we could do this, right? And now it would know that foo is just a string, but if we do the as const, then it knows that foo is either foo or bar. So that's basically it. Because the array, that's the magic, because the array could theoretically be mutated at runtime. The object as a const wasn't, right? Because of how strict the type system would be about that object. But this array, being read-only, allows us to get that exact type rather than it being just any random string, right? Because now it's read-only and we're no longer going to assign to it, or it would be a type error if we tried. Like, technically you could cast it and then assign to it anyway, but then you ruin the type safety. So that's the main gist, right? We need this to be statically analyzable because we're using these values to determine whether we should be able to pass foo bar here or not, right? So that should be an error. Yeah, so string unions are like enums, for sure. They are, like, look at it this way. If I have this entire table key map, how much fun would it be to define an enum for all of these? Not that fun. And also, we'd be duplicating like created at here, but it wouldn't always be duplicated. So as a better example, if we wanted to do this, db keys, tertiary key, right? We'd be duplicating business ID all over the place, right? And you would have that value inside of like a whole bunch of enums you have to define. So instead, this is a little easier just for what we're trying to do with it. So string unions are basically used in a lot of the same ways as an enum, but having to define your enums can be a bit verbose and a lot of effort, especially for a case like this. Yeah, no worries. I needed to be able to explain that better anyway. So yeah, that was good practice. So yeah, in the future, I wouldn't even need like the nested object. Like it's really the arrays where that matters. So let me just double check this. So const foo equals array. Let's just do baz and bat. Oop. And then we'll do type bar is equal to type of foo number, and then we see that it's string, and then if we do the as const for the array, we can see that it is the union. So yeah, it's really just with the arrays that it matters the most, because the const and its keys are statically analyzable, but the arrays are not, unless you cast it as const. So there we go. All right. Simpler way of explaining that. Let me get more music going. All right, so we'll wait on that part. Data wrapper, we don't care about just yet. Table key manager is the part we care about right now. So if we fix this, we may be on the right track. I got to figure out what else we got to do for it though. All right, so key name here is a string, and we can't index the map that way. The problem is that it should not be a string. And we can't reassign that. So, okay. So that cast theoretically gives us what we need. All right, so then over here, we're getting issues with what they're saying with this because property users is incompatible with index signature. And yeah, it's a different enum. So yeah, if I just bring in DB keys from types, we're not quite there still. Hmm. So what this means is I would probably need to pass tertiary key and right, if I just do that and that, okay, we're still not getting an error here, but I believe that's because we still have errors over in the data wrapper and in the query key creator. Yep. All right, and then we may have sort key here. All right, so there we go. That one was a quick fix. All right, so now here in this, yep, we're gonna go fix these. All right, so we've got just one more error, and that's this. So table key manager requires a type parameter. Okay, and then if we look at this, that was the wrong place. Okay, so we're getting close. I do have to go pee real quick. Just give me just a second. But I think we are getting there. Let me see over here. Hmm. Okay, but we still don't get these to fail like we expected. So it's not quite there yet. So table query creator. Oh, so the thing this is returning, right? The get table key function and all that. Yeah, okay, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna pour some more water as well. Let me just take a quick sip of this. All right, and I will be right back. Give me just a second.
Give him an enema.
Okay, and I'm back. Oh, I had to pee. Sorry. Let me check with the gaming crew to see if we're gaming tonight. And all right, so table key methods here. Then table query creator. Ah, that's it. Okay, so yeah, no, we still have an issue with this type. I gotta figure out what that issue might be, though. All right, so this is getting really complex now. Oh. I'm sure there's worse. There's wingdings. There's all sorts of stuff. Ah. Yeah, okay, so hold on. It's actually going to be get table. Yeah, hold on. So this is where this gets way trickier. Okay, so then the escape query keys thing. And that's our key map. So yeah, ID value there is not quite right. It ends up being the value that we're passing to here. Actually, that should be right. Hold on. Oh, I'm wondering, do we need that generic? Okay, so theoretically that is type safe now. And then at this level, yep, then we just need to bring that out. So there's a lot of like copy and paste and duplication of these types. Let me get more music going. wonder if we actually need this interface anymore. All right, so I want to get this working, and then we can worry about refactoring some of this other stuff. I'm okay assigning that to any because it's not a like an externally facing thing. But we still get a failure here. Interesting. So we were able to solve the type safety within all of those, but now we get no type safety here. Right? So basically what they're saying is so maybe there's like a better abstraction. Because the main issue we're getting Oh, hold on. So ID values here. We could simplify this. So it would make what we're doing a little uglier. But what if it ended up looking more like this? Right? And we end up just passing string value. So then it would be something like create what do we call it? Create key string. Let's prototype it over here. So right, we might go back to the yeah. So the idea might be create partition key. And we could abstract this out even better, right? But the gist would be right, like our table key methods. Let me look at where we're doing this. Hold on. So we see table key manager. We're not doing table key methods there. We're not, yeah, here. So table key methods is something we're passing in, and we're doing that at the data wrapper level. And instead of table key methods, we would then have an abstraction for partition key, sort key, tertiary key, quaternary key. Because we end up having to create table key methods elsewhere in our app anyway, right? Like if we go to a place where I am doing a create, right? We got to create that table key methods thing anyway. And then basically the way that we're doing this, instead of just get table key, it could be get partition key. And then we're just passing this. It's a little more verbose, but it's not that bad. Yeah, and I think, yeah, at the expense of just making it easier to write, or not the expense, but making it easier to write at the expense of making our queries just a little bit more verbose is probably worth it for the type safety. So then it's just the ID value, and ID value is just a string. Secondary ID is just a string. Yeah, I think I like it. So it's going to change up how we do a lot of stuff. I think it's totally worth it, though. Because we'll end up getting like full type safety. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then we got to think about what our next step is. So I still want to do the model type abstraction and all that. But then this is just a string. And we'll just make it optional. That one we might leave. That one we'll have to just think about how we use. All right, so then table query creator ends up being a lot simpler too. And the whole escape query keys thing, that we'll have to do separately. Okay, so then this just ends up being the secondary ID. So it simplifies the query creator functions. All right, so we'll say that solves that part. So then table key manager. All right, we'll assume this part's good. So then get table. This is then going to be a function. Okay, so yeah, the way this is being scoped. It's going to take in DB key, and it's also going to take in table keys. So it's not table that we care about here. It's table keys. Oh. We're going to call it create get table key. And this gets gross, but I think we just have to do it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. All right, that fixes our this issue, and then we should be good there. Yeah. Should have just done an arrow function to begin with, and then this part would have been fine. Yeah. Then what do we have as an error in here? Oh, so I missed something on table query creator. Oh, I forgot to update that. So then, yes, creating the table query creator. We've got get partition, sort, tertiary, quaternary. And it no longer even takes in an argument. Table key methods are no longer part of our data wrapper, which simplifies creating the data wrapper itself. We're not even passing data store name to the data wrapper. No. Okay, yeah, I like this. So it actually cleans up a lot in our ORM. It is going to add a bit to the other stuff we're doing. And yeah, we need to make that new file actually work before we can consider this done. And then we have a lot of refactoring for the app. Let me get more music going, though. Okay, so yeah, let's get rid of that. That was just an example. Oh yeah, Fallen, it's fine. They were just trolling. We can just ignore them. That was a while ago. Where are my timestamps? Just realized I don't have timestamps in this view. Oh, interesting. Is timestamps... Oh, I think timestamps are only like a 7TV thing. Hmm. Yeah, no worries there, Fallen. Yeah, that was like 45 minutes ago, dude. Like, that was a while ago. They are long gone, right? Because we didn't engage them at all. I mean, a little bit, right? But I think my comment was there's way worse. We could be using wingdings. What's up, Beanbag? How you doing? We are in the process of which whiskey do I want to drink? This Heaven Hill is good. We're in the process of refactoring my ORM, which is built on top of DynamoDB. Sure. Mm-hmm. I already said sure there, Beanbag. It's kind of a vague question. All right, so the part that we care about now for this is we need to create... I don't know, man. What are you going to get out of these questions, Beanbag? All right, so this is users key methods. Aha, so we still run into an error there. So there's a flaw. Hmm. Okay, so I think that simplifies what we need to do, though, because we no longer need to deal with the query creator or the data wrapper. It's just the key manager now. All right, so yeah, we didn't fully solve the problem yet. I'm glad I didn't push it up and start refactoring things. So yeah, there's something up with the abstraction we have on top. So what if instead, right, table key manager doesn't take in the entire map and it just takes in this? So then we could just do table key map dot whatever. Yeah, there's definitely some other way we could type this better. So we could create a function and call it key. No, 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 no. Because, yeah, basically, I want a way in which I don't have to pass all of this all the time. What we may end up doing is just mapping over the key map. Yeah, any like dynamic stuff we're doing, I think runs into the same problems. Hmm. Okay, so hold on. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Like, we could turn it into a script that generates all the functions we would need. Right? Generate key maps. And then we're dealing with way less type shenanigans. Thinking that might be the move. I think I like that. Yeah. Do we think there's any major flaw in generating these? I don't think so. I guess the tricky part would be what do I want the final API to look like? And then we can work back from there. So I'm thinking pretty similar to what we're doing down here, right? Like accounts key methods, get partition key. But the whole like get table thing is something we just don't need to call anymore because we would just generate those and import them. So then it would just be like an object called accounts keys. Yeah, I'm liking this more. Yeah, I think that's the way we got to do it. We're gonna generate these functions, which means it's basically just some very simple either objects. It's probably just objects. They don't need to be classes. We can do as const and make them write only, like or read only. That would be fine. So we end up still needing data wrapper. We end up still needing table query creator. We don't end up needing table key manager because we're going to have our generator handle the table key stuff. Which makes me think it just needs to be maybe like a separate package. Yeah. So then it's going to go on our CLI as just another function that we have, right? So we've got this env one, we've got the arc one, we've got the scaffold one, and we've got email. We'll just call it maybe like data. So wait, I don't even see. Oh, no, here it is. So this is here in the scaffold function, right? This is the way we parse the arguments, right? And then we get into here. I feel like TS to Zod might be something to look at and how we're kind of doing that stuff. I'm just using the TS to Zod function there. Basically, what I'm getting at is we're going to need to take in a file, and that file is going to define the table keys, right? From there, we want to parse what's in that file into some output like JavaScript that we just build like string building style, or output some TypeScript that we build string building style. I think the big gist with that is we need to like parse the TypeScript that we're getting, and then I want to like use the value of it. And we should be able to use TypeScript to do that. So it's basically consuming TypeScript as a library. And you know what? I definitely want to keep working on this. But I probably want to get the oven heating up so I can cook up some pizza. So let me go get that started. And I'll be right back. And yeah, we'll like munch some pizza real quick here on stream, and then we'll continue hacking this out because, yeah, I'd rather have this work than play some games tonight for sure. Yeah. Okay, so it's been a while since I've used TypeScript to interpret a file. We're gonna have to look at those docs. But yeah, BRB, let me go get the oven heat. Okay. Oven is heating. Here's the thing, it could just be we could just do it as a JSON file, and then that gets way easier. Like we don't even need the TypeScript parser. I like that. Yeah. And we can just define it over on the CLI. Oh, there you go. So yeah, gen data keys. We're I don't think we're gonna need to take this in. No, no. So Clippy is like part of power mode. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Here's the thing. I forget what the Calatrava config even looks like. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So in the Calatrava config, we could define some of these values and not necessarily need them. Mm, right. Okay. Yeah. We're not even passing config? Yeah, we are. So dependency types path, request schema path, request types path. Yeah, so all this does is, yeah, this takes in an in and it takes in an out. So for this command that we're making here, oh, did they? You got a link there, Crow? There you go. Yeah, yes, there was zero auth. Is this the person that ended up doing the console logs? Oh, okay. Devin is a true junior software engineer, leaking keys and causing major security issues on his first day. Just some chatter. Got it. Yeah, later, Space Case. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. All right, so get data keys here. We're going to call it just get data keys or gen data keys. Yep. It doesn't take in any config, so we're good there. All right, and it is only effed with Wireshark. Right, like I'm pretty sure you can't even leak the URL via your TCP connection if it's SSL, right? Doesn't HTTPS even guard the URL from TCP snooping? Yeah, so no, he's wrong in that case, right? As long as Devin's using HTTPS, he would have been fine. So yeah, like, here's the thing. Prime is very smart, but he's not perfect. He doesn't know everything. He is very smart, but you can't possibly know everything. Yeah, you'd have to intercept and become the certificate authority, you know? Like, that would be really, really, really hard to do. Yeah, see, low level knows better. Right? Like, you know, as smart as Prime is, like, low level definitely knows better. I think that's one of the things to recognize, right? As smart as some of these people, including me, are in the public light, blah, 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 like, doesn't mean everything we say is the truth. Everybody needs to be, like, judged as a questionable authority until verified about everything, you know? Like, Prime knows a shitload about a lot of stuff, but there's plenty that he doesn't know. And yeah, like, that was a major blind spot on his case, right? Don't you think he should probably know how HTTPS works? But you can't know everything, so it's not a big deal, right? But it's very misleading when someone seems like an expert and you don't know any better. You take everything they say as expert. So it's very similar to the phenomenon when reading newspapers. When you read a newspaper article about something you don't know about, you take what they're saying as, like, truthful. The moment you read them talking about something you do know about, you realize how full of shit they are. But for some reason, when you go to the next article after that, you still, like, reset and assume that you're listening to an authority. Right? Like, I forget the name of that phenomenon. Phenomenon. Authority bias, right? That's not exactly it, but yeah, it's related. The gel man amnesia effect. Yep. How people can read an article about a topic they're knowledgeable about and then forget what they know when they turn to other news stories. right? A lot of influencers benefit from basically that same effect. Now, normally they're actually experts in something, right? But they can't be experts in everything. Nobody can. Not even Devin. All right, so this one doesn't even need config. It's just gen data keys. We are going to have an in and an out. And actually, hold on. No, these are positional. What's up, Standard? How you doing? About to cook some dinner? Nice. Yeah, I've got some pizza that I bought from Belltown Pizza because I didn't have time to get to Big Mario's last night. So it's not going to be quite as good as like the good pizza, but it should be pretty delicious. We'll see. And it doesn't take in any options. So it's going to be argv.in and argv.out. Oh, right. So it's going to be in file and out file. Just because in is a protected keyword. We don't have a function for that. Yeah, Crow. I feel like you've probably seen me write other languages when I was working on Vexilla. Like I wrote in 10 different languages when I was doing that. For the most part, I just want to be productive. On the regular, yeah, on the regular, I'm going to pick something I'm productive with when performance doesn't matter. And performance doesn't matter for my API because it's just gluing together other services. Performance doesn't matter for a CLI tool like this. There are actually very few use cases where writing in Rust is actually a better idea. Now, normally I would use Go for CLI tools. I wrote this a while back, and it turns out that there are a lot of like libraries that some of this other stuff uses, right? So like TS to Zod, right? Converting a TypeScript file to a Zod validator. There's libraries for that. Otherwise, I'd have to write it myself in Go. So yeah, like sometimes the ecosystem decides the language more so than even what you're building. If you're writing front end code, you're just going to write it in TypeScript. That probably doesn't need to be a TSX file. You're probably right about that. It could just be a TS file. I think that was just a mistake. At this point, it doesn't necessarily matter, but we could change it. But yeah, here you go, Crow. Ignore the ones that start with client dash, because those haven't been ported yet. And those are all the languages that I've written here on stream. If you're making an API, you're most likely gluing together things like a database or things like other APIs. Your glue language performance is rarely relevant. As long as it has good concurrency for managing like multiple in-flight requests, you're good to go. Most REST APIs are just glue. They're gluing together your database, they're gluing together Redis, they're gluing together some third-party APIs. And then they maybe do a little bit of aggregation. Your glue language performance is less relevant than a lot of people want you to believe. That's why Ruby is so powerful. Yeah, you're network bound in almost every case, right? You're bound by the speed of your database queries, more so than you are the performance of your glue code that sends that query, you know? So yeah, optimizing your SQL, yeah, that's important. Optimizing the JS that calls that SQL, you know, like who cares? Optimizing the language that calls that SQL, right? It's why some of the biggest companies in the world are still built on Ruby on Rails, like Stripe, like GitHub. Because the speed of their glue language is actually less important than you think. Like Spotify, like Shopify. You know, like it's crazy. All sorts of businesses are built on slow languages. Sure, they pick a fast language for the things that matter, but the majority of a REST API, it doesn't matter. Sorry. Yeah. So hold on. Keegan, hold on, has a really good like reply tweet to one of the Primogens posts. So that's funny. That was good. And what up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? Oh, and I'll paste it over to the YouTube too. We'll just show it on stream. How about that? Oh wait, whoops. His comment, holy shit, is that CM Griffin? And my reply is, I don't recognize that beanie. It really does look a bit like some old video games. I have literally had that nightmare where I go chuck off a cliff and I'm like just sailing. Like I've literally had that nightmare. Right? Like go and chuck off a cliff and I'm spinning and I just keep spinning and it just keeps going. Not necessarily that much of a nightmare. I'm okay with it. It's kind of a cool feeling. Right? That like stomach sinking feeling, you know? But okay, real quick. Yeah, we're gonna keep hacking on this code, on building out this script, but I need to go throw some pizza in the oven. BRB, give me a second. All right, so we're gonna give that a few minutes. We're at 6:36. I want to give it, just like 3 or 4 minutes. All right, so we're gonna write out all this logic just in here. All right, so const. Hold on. Do we have file system stuff in here? We've got FS extra. We probably don't even need FS extra, but we're using it, so we'll call it good. So this is going to be const in file contents. We did the Kotlin, right? Kotlin solves the JVM problem. Right? You can bring Kotlin into Java, no problem. But yeah, how's it going, Bedra? What you up to? Yeah, at least according to other people. I mean, I'm sure it depends on your version of Java, but yeah, as far as I know, you can bring Kotlin into Java, no problem. I think it does depend on versioning and some of that BS. Wow, Dragon's Dogma 2 is already half off. Whoa. Tekken 8 already half off as well. Wow. I think, yeah, Christmas sales, right? But okay, so what we want to do is we're gonna call this right, in file contents, and then what we want to do is we want to parse it. This is gonna be table key mappings. Oh, and yeah, we'll do it read JSON sync because it doesn't matter. Encoding UTF-8. JSON.parse in file contents. And yeah, this doesn't need to be a TSX file. You're totally right on that one. We'll just do we'll do a const output is equal to that, and then fs output file sync out file output, right? So then from here, we've got table key mappings, and it's a record string, and then it's also a record nested. These are strings. Ooh. We could probably even bring in our types. We'll let this be a little brittle for now. I'm okay with it. And hold on. Am I using ink? I am using ink. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, person that asked, I am using ink on this project, which is why we have some TSX in there, I think. Yeah, no, that's it. So yeah, that's why it's a TSX file. I forgot all about that. Yep, there we go. Who was that? Sorry, I forgot. DJ Coin. Yep. So yeah, we actually are using like some JSX. It's very minimal, but we're still doing it. Yeah, I forgot all about that. So, yep. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we got that as the key. Oh, and hold on. Let me go grab my pizza. It's probably burning. All right, so they didn't have pepperoni when I went there. So I ended up getting just the combo and the just plain cheese. The combo does have what looks like pepperoni on it. Right, some peppers, some mushrooms, some pepperoni. The pepperoni looks actually kind of gross. It's not the best pizza place. Like, it's really not the best pizza place. Yeah, it's too cheese heavy. Really light on the sauce. Yeah. I mean, it could be worse. Right? This is basically a quesadilla though. Right? Like, dude. Yeah, the cheese is not great. The combo is better at least. I mean, basically no sauce, but whatever. You're eating frozen reheated? Yeah, could be worse. Could always be worse. Dude, like no sauce on this thing. It's what happens when you stop by, like when you go to pick up pizza at like 1 a.m. basically. Combo's good though. I'm just a bit of a pizza snob. That sounds awesome. That actually sounds really cool. Dude, I saw a video of someone who was able to identify KFC versus Churches versus Popeyes versus like Public or something like that. And they nailed it. Like some of them they knew before they even bit into it. They're just like, oh, texture wise, no, I know what this is. I don't know what it was. I'm good on the cheese. I'm gonna leave the oven on though, because I might get some like I might put in another slice of the combo. Combo is good. Still not as good as it could be, but yeah. Oh, so it was all like the like delivery bullshit pizzas? Yeah. I could see that. Pizza Hut got an 8.7? Yeah, I would say Costco should have at least been included in that. But yeah, in my opinion, those are all garbage pizzas. No offense. Mod Pizza, also garbage pizza. That's like a West Coast brand. It's very West Coast, right? Like Mod Pizza is for people that wanted to order a salad, but you were getting pizza instead. Oh, you want to throw arugula on your pizza? Go for it. Mod will let you do it. Artichokes? No problem. I don't know, man. It's not my kind of pizza. Like I'm pretty much just like a standard like good pepperoni pizza. Yeah, exactly, DJ. Yeah, are you over here on the West Coast? Or is Mod Pizza like more like national than I thought they were? In Texas, lived in South Florida before. They had Mod. Oh, so Mod is like more national than I thought. I thought they were purely West Coast. Okay. Hmm. Like maybe they started here, but they like went bigger, like way quicker than I thought. Huh. Okay. Oh, and hold on one second. Regulars. Add. And no. Uni. What is Uni? No. I saw it. Like Abby, I have F5 bot running. So I actually saw that post and I was like, oh, that's cool. So that was you? Yeah, I appreciate that. Like, yeah, I found the post like almost immediately. F5 bot's really good for like letting you know about mentions. Yeah, and now you can do links. I'm guessing that's the link though, so probably good to go. And yeah, thank you for the shout out. Like I appreciate that, Abby. That's really cool of you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, it might be cool to marry the two. Yeah, I mean, what I've got's open source, so he could always just take it. Ah, dude, yeah, no worries. Like, man, thank you for being here. And thank you for the follow. Yeah. Man, you've been lurking for ages then, huh? Okay, like somewhat recently, but yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks, man. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're not allowed to do like self promotion on Reddit and like a lot of places. So you guys like helping me out by publicizing my stuff. Yeah, like really helps me out. Like really cool. Thank you. Let me get more music going though. Yeah, I wonder if that'd be like good to like incentivize people. Oh, and I missed a bunch of follows. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. Big Book of Bug, Fluggy, Rendosland, and Raffy DC. Probably long gone, but appreciate you. No, exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of people that like see the stream just because like you already watch software and game dev stuff. So I'm just already like, because I stream every day pretty much, like 5 days a week minimum if I'm not traveling. So yeah, no, I get it. Like, no stress. Only time the lack of a follow becomes an issue is if someone is becoming an issue, you know? Like if they're not fun to talk to, that's when I start to check if they're even following. Because it is like a way to suss out someone who's like maybe somewhat trolly. No, and I get that, Bedro, but you know, it's I try to be ethical as much as I can. Right? Like, I'm kind of a jerk. I'm short. I can't grow good facial hair. Ethics is basically all I got going. I'm balding, you know? Being ethical is really, like, all I got. And a good dimple. Fun fact, this dimple is aftermarket. Someone hit me in the face with a bucket when I was like in 3rd grade. This is an aftermarket dimple. Well, I definitely don't want to even it out, okay? Hey, what's up, Lithium? How you doing? We were so close to calling my Giphium project Lithium. I don't know if you were here for that or not. But how you doing? Okay, you did see it? Just making sure. You're welcome to fork it if you want to launch lithium.com. You even retained a lawyer because of it. There you go. Touche, touche. Well, then I guess it's a good thing I rebranded, huh? Plot twist, you retained the lawyer because I rebranded. How dare you? Like, you know. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, how you been? Exactly. Lithium-ion battery industry in shambles. Oh, I mean, probably, right? Like, dude, have you seen how many people go? Like, did you see any of the photos from, like, Dax's party? Like, he doesn't post that many photos. I bet we can even see some on his Twitter. Oh, you were there last time. Okay. Well, yeah. Hold on. I think someone told me, were you at TwitchCon? And we missed each other, right? Like, we may have chatted about this and I just had too much whiskey going. Yeah, we missed each other. That's right. Okay. Ah, shit. Well, next year? Y'all went to Korean barbecue? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, TwitchCon, like, as fun as, like, tech conferences are, I still like TwitchCon more. It's just more fun. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if you enjoy talking in person, like, in public, like, you know, public speaking-wise. React Miami is still, like, open CFP. It closes tomorrow. I'll be recording a bunch of my, like my video proposals to React Miami tomorrow here on stream. Oh, hold on. I think I missed it. Here it is. So yeah, anyone else that maybe wants to go to React Miami but can't afford the cost, they will cover your flight and your hotel. Yeah, we're Jarrell. Like where are you based out of, Jarrell? Like without doxing yourself too much if you don't want. Because I do plan on submitting to a bunch of different conferences. I may end up at a conference that's nearby you. Oh, okay. So you're like in the Florida area. Got it. But yeah, I got like 3 talks I want to propose to React Miami. Like one about our migration from Flow to TypeScript. Number 2, state management. And number 3, maybe like design systems. I don't know. I'm a little on the fence about the design system one. Long way from the UK though. Yeah. Yep. Um. So here's the thing, Tilted Tom. You do know enough to speak, right? You totally do. You don't have to be an expert in everything. I bet there's something that you know enough about to talk to people about, to teach people about, you know? That's no problem, man. And they encourage first-time speakers. So I'd highly recommend you give it a shot. Why not? So here's the thing, Abby. You could get going like a VTuber persona, and then you're good to go, right? You could just have some avatar in place instead, right? Like El Clonk. Like there's a bunch of people that do the VTuber thing. Um, like there's a really big streamer. I forget her name now. Nah, yeah, whatever. She won an award last year at the Streamer Awards. But yeah, like you could totally VTube, like not a big deal. All right, then it's not you streaming; it's just some persona. I'd say give it a shot. You'd be surprised how fun it is. You'd be surprised how much fun it actually is. And hold on, do I have this domain still? I do. I think I got a bug with it. Yeah, I've got some bug here that I'm going to have to fix at some point. That would be it. All right, so the big problem there is I don't have OBS installed locally, and then that fails. Okay. So yeah, I think I got a little bit of work to do. In fact, hold on. Let me just do this. We're going to do a quick pivot. I'm going to download OBS. Just because I'm going to need it for testing a bunch of stuff anyway, so why not? I just want to see if that ends up like fixing the main issue. Ah, there we go. All right, apply settings, sure. I wonder what that audio is. Do I have some audio playing somewhere? Check, check, check. Nope. Yeah, it's not a microphone. I don't know. But hold on. If I go here, tools, WebSocket server settings, enable WebSocket server, apply. I just want to see like if my app here now. So I still got a major bug with this. Basically, I used to have a thing where I made a joke and said, I'm not going to wear a beanie today, right? Like, you know, for like a special occasion. It was April Fool's. And I didn't wear a beanie that day, but instead I had a fake version of me that, like, when I talked, it flapped like a character from South Park, like the Canadians from South Park. It was pretty good. So yeah, that was a good April 1st, like, bamboozle. I got to think of another, like, good April 1st kind of, like, fun thing to do for stream. But yeah, I got enough, like, open source stuff that I want to work on that maybe tomorrow, if I can knock this out here today, maybe tomorrow or maybe Saturday, we make, like, an open source day. The reason I'm thinking tomorrow is basically because I want to do, like, the React Miami CFPs. I should probably do that. I mean, Abby, I would highly recommend it, especially because, you know, like, you could create a whole new account. It's not even tied to this, like, account that you have here. Right? Make a whole new GitHub, make a whole new everything. And then, well, who cares, right? Like, it's just some random person. It's not you. I'm just throwing it out there. Just trying to give you that little, like, push that you might need. You probably don't need it, right? You can convince yourself if you wanted. Yeah, like, honestly, that'd be cool. Oh, shit. That was a mistake. Let me pour a little more water in this. Should have finished it. All right, whatever. We'll just sip on it. Here's my recommendation. Right? Get the VTuber thing going. Maybe create a whole new account. Maybe create a whole new GitHub. Whatever. Right? And then from there, have a project that you only work on stream. Right? Because then, if you want to work on it, well, you got to stream it. That is definitely part of the motivation that keeps me coming back 5 times a week. I don't work on any of the projects you see me work on off stream at all. Like 0. Because I want to show, like, the entire process. But because I'm doing that, there are days where maybe I don't want to stream as much. But man, I want to work on that project. So yeah, shit, I guess I gotta stream so I can work on that project. So, just a thought, something you can do. Totally up to you. Again, like, you know, no pressure. But I'm just trying to give you, like, some mechanisms to make it easier. Because, yeah, I am a huge introvert as well. It might not seem that way. Right? Because I'm sitting here, I'm chatty, like, chilling. I have to, like, really force myself to go out to meetups and things and actually talk to people. My default is just sitting at home, right? My favorite things are here in the house, right? Gaming, streaming, like, all that stuff. Why would I leave? But I have to actually, like, force myself to, like, yeah, ew, people, right? People, what a bunch of bastards, right? Like, yeah, like, all the IT crowd quotes. For sure. Hold on, we're gonna skip this song that's just a bunch of noise. So yeah, I'm a massive introvert. So that's the thing, Abby, right? If you go enough, you'll end up talking to people. It's just how that works. If you give a talk, then man, yeah, people are going to come up to you asking questions because there's something inherent, like you'll want to talk to the expert. Even if they're not the expert, they're still the person that gave the talk. People want to talk to the person that gave the talk. Every time. Like, yeah, no matter what. Every talk I've ever given, there's at least 3 or 4 people wanting to come up and chat. Maybe about the thing, or maybe they just wanted to talk to someone. That stuff majorly happens. So I don't know, like, if you got to meet up nearby, propose a talk. That adrenaline rush. That's a good, cheap adrenaline rush. It's kind of worth it. Cheaper than snowboarding, that's for sure. No, I got you. I'm just saying. Giving one talk in person will make all this other stuff seem way simpler. But you could also do it the other way, right? Talking anonymously on stream could make talking in public simpler too. So whatever way it works for you, go for it. But I do recommend it. And man, that adrenaline rush. Woo! I love that shit. Oh man. Love it. All right, so table key mappings. No, and that's fine, Abby, right? I think here's the biggest thing. You're never going to stop feeling like an idiot. But how many other people do you hear speak? And yeah, they kind of sound like an idiot, but still something cool came out of it, right? And I think you're always harsher on yourself than anyone else actually will be. Right? Like, come on. Didn't you just see that, like, Primogen tweet? Right? He said this on the internet. The Primogen doesn't even know how HTTPS works. Dude, if he can make a mistake that simple, anyone can. It's not a big deal. Right? Someone like the Primogen doesn't even understand how HTTPS works. It's not a big deal, man. We all have blind spots. Right? Him thinking that having Wireshark open means that you're no longer, like, you know, HTTPS secure. No, I'm sorry. Even Wireshark cannot snoop the URL if it's an HTTPS thing. Yeah, low level, right? HTTPS solves this, but I'm down to dunk on AI. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, for sure. There's a non-zero chance it could leak out of TLS. But that's a problem with TLS. Like the whole URL is HTTPS, right? Like let's look at people commenting. Yeah, the whole thing is TLS encrypted. Now that's a point, right? If they're using subdomains, it would leak out at the DNS level, but you wouldn't know who is tied to which entry, right? So, yeah, like, again, before TLS 2.0 or whatever, maybe SSL could leak the subdomain, but I don't think so anymore. But yeah, like, that's the thing. Even the Primogen has blind spots. Hold on, wait. HTTPS solved this, but I'm down to dunk on AI. I don't give a fuck. How'd I do on his voice? Pretty sure I got the tone right. Like even like the on the I don't give a fuck. Pretty sure I nailed like the tone, but I might have had the pitch on the whole thing wrong. Voice actor in training. All right, so here's the big thing. We're no longer going to be mapping it table name wise like this. So we do want to do it as const, for sure. I'm not sure if I actually want to do this way. Now, what we can do here, though, is right. So no matter what, we're going to join these together into a file that we output. But you know what? Nope, hold on. I do want this to be a template string. Should you go into computer science? That's something that you have to decide there, Ridge Steel. No one can make that decision for you. Sorry. So this is the part where I need to start thinking about, right, this function that we have here, create key string. Big problem we run into is a lot of our like indirection logic. And I have this right here where, all right, we got users key methods dot get partition key. I may want to turn it into just like users keys, right? Dot get partition key. right? The big thing is I just want like type safety for all of this. And yeah, table key manager, right? That's going to go away because we're generating all of these things. We don't need a manager for that abstraction. So that'll go away. The big thing is, do I want to generate a function that abstracts out the type of key for all of these? Or do we make it dynamic? We make it dynamic. Yeah. Okay. So no, or no, we don't make it dynamic. We export a function that just has that stuff hard coded. Yeah, I think it's worth it. So let me get another album going. Sorry. This album's good. All right. So if we look at the output, then this is not the right output. So it's going to be more like this. Okay, so key type would be like partition key, sort key, etc. And yeah, we're going to need to bring in case. Do we have case in here yet? We don't. And I'm guessing we don't even have it as part of our dependencies. So we're going to have to add that. Oh, we do have case. Perfect. All right, so hold on. And yeah, this is getting a little messy. Ah, okay, so that part's good. And then from here, that's the argument. Nope. So we definitely don't want that. We'll just let it return an empty string for now. And actually, hold on. No, this is just that value. We're already joining those. Oh, no. Yep, no, it was right. And yeah, let me bring in case. So we got case. This would end up being oh, and this is key map or keys. Yeah, all right. So we export a constant. We call that constant something key map. Um, All right, let's do another one of these. All right, so I do need to use the restroom, and I'm going to go throw one more slice of pizza in. I think that's the right move. So, 1 sec. BRB. It'll be quick. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So. Hmm. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me look at one thing. Oh, I don't have my phone on me? Wow, I didn't actually bring my phone? Yeah, whatever. Good enough. No big deal. So let's continue with what we're building right now. So the import that we're going to be bringing in is going to be basically this whole create key string thing. So import from Calatrava data wrapper, and then we got another, which is import DB keys. Oh, and actually those are from the same place. So that's nice and easy. So then here in the output, it would be something like that. And yeah, we'd basically revert this back. Right? Because the partition key part, that gets hard coded. The table, that part gets hard coded. The map, not even a big deal. So we end up only taking in this and then sorting it as we see fit. But not quite. So I don't think that's right. Right? We would do K-stop Pascal, no problem. Yeah, so the order in which we want to import these things, we're going to need to encode that somewhere, right? Because we don't want to do it like alphabetically. We could, but I still like doing it hierarchically. Yeah. All right, so then our create key string takes in the key type. All right, and here it's that value. Sure. Yeah, we'll let that do its thing there. think that indentation's a little weird, but whatever. And then, yeah, keys is the argument that we pass in. And yeah, that ends up still one, one line. So that's fine. So then we just need to create a create key string function that mimics that. Like that is going to take in these arguments. I think we're good. Yeah, so if we're good there, then I just need to test it. Okay, so then, yeah, in that folder, yeah, we will cd out of middleware. Ooh, yeah, inside of this folder, we need to create a file we want to ignore. Maybe. All right, we're going to create. It's not going to be there in test. It's going to be here at the top level. And that file is going to be called example or data keys dot example dot json. Right? Boom. All right, nailed it. Good job, Super Maven. Nailed it. All right, so the main gist is we're going to do that, and then we're going to output to some file and just call it testingkeys.ts, which then means let's create a test file here. This is going to be test keys. Totally different. Let me go grab my pizza because it's probably burning. Ooh, it actually looks just about perfect. I'm going to let it cool down a bit. It smells great. Ooh, yeah, it smells good. That was the end of that album. Let's get another. Interesting. So we don't. We don't get any log. It looks like it succeeded. I mean, it's fine. 1 second. Sure. As long as it's not offensive, you know? Okay, hold on. No, that one looks good. Just finishing up on a project for a client and was reminded that almost paid 2.5K to a dev to config a WordPress plugin. How do these guys get away with it? Thankfully, I built him a React app. Why, when I hear of WordPress, I instantly think of this. It's a solid meme. Here's the thing. WordPress can do some amazing things, right? Like, you can do some really, really good stuff with WordPress. One of the best ways of using WordPress is headlessly and consuming it into your React app, right? The client still gets an interface that they can like edit and modify and do all that stuff, but then you get to have full control over the rendering output in a framework that is a little easier to work with the rendering primitives on. Like, it's a win-win. I think the only problem with WordPress these days is Matt Mullenweg. Yeah, no, there are definitely some really shady developers out there, right? Yeah, snake oil salesmen. Like, yeah, they suck. Right? Like, WordPress itself, not bad. It's just some of the people around it. Right? The shady devs, Matt Mullenweg himself, etc. As a tool, it's totally fine. You can do all sorts of really cool stuff with it. All right, pizza time. Hold on, do I have to pass Calatrava? Nope. Hmm. Oh, we're not even getting the Hello McFly? Oh, something's totally broken. Yeah, no worries, Tom. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. Hold on 1 second. Mm-hmm. I live near Seattle. Earth, welcome. There you go. What movie is that even from? What movie is that even from? Right? Someone asks, "Where am I?" Some kid says, "Earth, welcome." Hold on. Oh, Eraser. Yep. It's Eraser. Yep. Where is this? Earth, welcome. Yeah, yeah, for sure. All right, there it is. Dude, Eraser's a good movie. I like that one. I haven't seen it in ages. Right? Basically, never trust James Caan. Right? That movie and Bulletproof. Yeah, never trust James Caan. Caan! I just now put that together. That's pretty good. All right, so we're gonna install TSX. All right. Hello, McFly. Oh, we don't get that file output though. All right. So, hello, McFly, generating data key maps. And then in this file, oh, that's the thing. We're doing debug here. That's it. Okay, so the path argument must be of type string or an instance of buffer or URL. And they're saying that issue is happening on line 133. Oh, in file and out file are undefined. Why? Oh, because we still called it in and out. Yep. Object, not valid JSON. Oh, it's read JSON. Wait, read JSON sync is a thing? What? All right, so now testing keys. Ah, shit. All right. Yep. Okay, so we're getting there. We got this. All right, so we throw a comma after that. Let's double check this output. All right, so we go do that. We still expect it to fail, but it fails at a different part now. TSX is basically like a less config TS node. And yeah, great question. How does TSX compare to TS node? Yeah, so they got this whole like link right here for you. So TSX can be used without installation. So you could do npx TSX, and it comes as a single binary with no peer dependencies, whereas TS node would require installation. I still installed it, so whatever. It works out of the box without needing a TS config, making it easy. TS node tends to require some kind of config. Right? TSX uses some sensible defaults based on file imports and Node.js version, reducing the need for certain TS config settings. It automatically adapts between CommonJS and ESM. Right? Supports new JS and TS syntax features based on Node.js version and includes support for TS config JSON paths. It uses ES-build for fast compilation and does not perform type checking. As a bonus, it comes with its own watcher. So, you know, is it absolutely necessary? No, but it tends to be less effort. In the same way that, like, you know, sup, right? TSUP versus raw TypeScript. It still also just tends to be a bit easier as well. I'm wondering, do they have like a comparison? That would be cool. So performance is one big reason, it seems like. For the most part, just like the lack of having to do a lot of config. That's my main reasons. It's basically to the point where I can just do that and do less like BS config. So it's a little nicer for me that way. Okay, so the big thing here is if we look at the output, right? Partition key here is not correct. All right, so the main gist here is I don't think I need to pass the key here, right? Because we're simplifying the hell out of this. But it's not the key that we're looking for there. Right. That would be like the name of it that we care about. So instead of key type, we want this to be table name. And honestly, it can just be table name. We don't need to case it. Because this create keystring function is going to live on its own. Oh, this is definitely the best song on this album. Oh, we got a bug. Hold on. What is that bug? All right, so this part we're getting just fine. It's when we start joining these that we run into a bug. Why are we getting a double comma there? Okay, so we fixed all of those syntax errors. It just doesn't look very nice. And the reason for that is kind of simple. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That part's fine. Yeah, so I'm okay with that part. The rest is we just need to create the create key string function that takes in those arguments and gives us an actual key that we care about. But as a quick test, yeah, all right. We're good there. And we get a failure there. Yes, exactly. That is, all right, that's all we ever wanted. No, it was not a Pepsi. Not even just one Pepsi. Okay, so now we head back to the code sandbox and we get to simplify so much of this. So yeah, we don't need generics anymore. Let's just start typing this as we need it. So then this ends up being, let's say, table, string. Key order. Oh, hold on. So users key order. Okay, so now we've only got the errors down in here. What we can do is get rid of these checks for now. We don't want to delete them just yet. And actually, no, we want to leave these going. So account something or other. Right, so we get type safety there. We can comment it. We're still going to have errors in our function, so now we need to make this function work. Okay, so right, we start out the key string, and the key string is that. Okay. We actually do this. So we don't need to sort anymore because we have the order coming from something. And that order coming from something is then key order dot for each. We call it key. Then we do key string const, and then this part ends up being JS string escape value constant case of key. And then from here, this ends up being keys. I don't think we need the as any anymore. We might. And we're seeing users here. This one would actually be accounts. And we get true. Yeah, so I think we're good there. Let me get another album going. It can be a short one this time. right? So we're doing export star for all of that, right? We export create key string. Yeah, so let me go grab my phone real quick then, because yeah, we need to publish this stuff up. All right, so I got my phone. And the part we care about then is, yes, I'm going to need to publish some stuff. Use iPhone as a webcam. Hell no. Get out of here. Not trying to use my camera. Okay. So I'm going to need to do a publish, which means we need to bump the version of the data wrapper. I don't think we need to update that, but we will. Oh, I don't know, Raimu. I'm not looking at stream right now. Did they? You may be part of like an A/B testing group. Oh no, what's everyone else out there on chat seeing? Did they change it? Oh, I bet, Raimu. That's why you never do any code review or something, right? Exactly, that's it. All right, so now for the CLI. Hey, oh that nerd! I'm finally going late enough that you can raid me instead. How's it going, Casper? Casper is no longer a friendly ghost. He is a dragon wolf. But yeah, welcome, Odat Nerd, Mr. Sir. You missed out on all the fun. I was doing all sorts of weird TypeScript shenanigans all day, and then I decided to go for a much simpler version of what we're doing by doing a bunch of code gen instead. So yeah, whenever you run into TypeScript issues, just recognize that maybe you could just get away with some code gen. No problem. I end up just generating a file from a JSON file instead of worrying about crazy TypeScript types. Like a glove, right? Pretty nice. Like a good neighbor, code gen is there. And hold on, let me do the shout out thing. But yeah, so what were you doing? Decking the Godot halls with decks of cards. New node time. Okay. And is that your like December project? Right? I know you like to like instead of advent of code or some of that BS, you like to just build something new. Making a card game project in Godot. Yeah, that's awesome. Or Godot, Godot. I've heard so many different versions. Nice. I actually have a card game I want to build. I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it as like a physical card game, and then we could also make a virtual version. I should probably do virtual first and prove out like the balancing system and all that. And then build a physical card game from it. But yeah, that's another one of the projects I want to build, but I got to launch this thing first because I think this thing could make some actual money. That's the goal, at least. You've actually done that as well? Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. For sure. Yeah, I think I've got like a pretty good premise for mine. I can't say it because it's so obvious that someone will definitely steal it. A significant other to play it with you. Ah, right? Or Twitch chat. But yeah, how's it going there, Sven? What you up to? Yeah, how you doing? So yeah, how far into your card game are you, Odat Nerd? And have you done Godot or Godot stuff before? I've never done anything with any like proper 3D game engine. I've always done just like Solar 2D, which used to be known as Corona SDK, or back in the day using Moai. But those were all like Lua, like mobile game frameworks. Is Moai even still a thing? Probably not. Yeah, I assume the domain doesn't even resolve anymore. Yep, cross-platform game engine, written in C++, scriptable with Lua. One of the big studios that used it, or I mean, big is a fuzzy statement, but I believe Double Fine. Yeah, Tim Schafer. Thought it was Double Fine. It might have been Harebrained Schemes. Oh yeah, Middle Manager of Justice was a game they built with Moai. I'm a big Tim Schafer fan. He was one of like the main devs on Monkey Island, etc. Yeah, it's him of legend, exactly. Like, dude, yeah, big fan of Tim Schafer. If you play Monkey Island 2 with like the voiceover, you get to hear a lot of like him just riffing with like the other main like Monkey Island guy, and yeah, it's just cool hearing them chat. But yeah, so Sven, you're working on a piece of shit app in Next.js. I'm kidding. You mean point of sale. I'm just joking. Like totally having fun with it. Sorry. My bad. Hopefully you chuckled a little bit too. When I see POS, I think piece of shit, not point of sale. Don't they mean the same thing, actually? Anyone who's ever used Micros knows what I'm talking about. Where my food service people at? Yeah, exactly, Odat nerd. But yeah. Yeah, thanks again for the raid there, Odat nerd, Mr. Sir. What was the name of it? Gen Data Keys? Gen Data Keys. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Any good libraries you can use for your point of sale application? Do you have any like specific libraries you're looking for? Like, if you're doing sales, like Stripe is basically it, right? Now, like, it depends on what you mean by point of sale. And yeah, no worries, Tiago. Have a good night, for sure. Um, like you're gonna need to integrate with some type of actual like payment system, right? So either Stripe or Square or one of those things. Sure. And they provide really nice stuff for integrating with the hardware and blah 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 that you might need for all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you have any specific libraries you're looking for there, Sven? I think that's the big thing. And yeah, for people joining from the raid, I put in some work into basically creating some CLI stuff so that I can generate types for my application. Those types we need to actually do for my app. But yeah, with my framework, I think we have like a good middle ground pivot that I'm pretty happy with. So the big thing is we need to publish.
Swing, swing.
Oh no! Key is declared but never read. Hold on. And that's over in the data wrapper. All right, so there I go, publishing, and I don't want them to ask me again. All right, so that gets published up. And then we do the same thing for this one, pnpm publish. That one just goes up automatically, so I should be able to switch back now. Okay, so for this project over here, we go back to my package JSON and we update some stuff. Right, so 37 seconds ago, that's number 21 there. Dev dependencies, we should see CLI, and that one's at number 54. Interesting that I haven't even updated that. And then over here in the API, we install everything. Okay, so yeah, our versions there updated. Perfect. Try some code for you. This isn't that kind of stream. We do have a like programming help channel over in the Discord. But yeah, no, like I got my own stuff I want to work on. Sorry, like, you know. I'd like to finish this up so I can actually go play some games because PoE 2 is quite fun right now. I don't use Copilot, Sven. I have in the past, and if GitHub asks, I totally do. But I typically use Super Maven at this point just because it's so damn fast. Like, Super Maven is the fastest autocomplete you'll ever have. It's kind of crazy. Like, it is so fast. It was, like, reasonably fast on my 2014 Mac Mini. Now I have a new one, right? I got a 2024 M4 Mac Mini that is just so damn fast. It's the fastest machine I own. I'm pretty sure it's even faster than my gaming machine, right? Even for, like, gaming, I bet it's faster than my gaming machine. But, I'm not going to game on my Mac Mini. Hell no. I am somewhat amazed that I haven't had a single, like, crashing issue with PoE 2. Meanwhile, like, people with, like, nice new graphics cards are having a terrible time with it. I'm on a 1080 on my gaming PC. And I'm still able to run the game at, like 45-ish frames a second. It's not, like, epically, like, fast. I'm good with it. I don't care. I don't think my eyes even see faster than 30 frames a second. I'm old. That's why I play Singed in League of Legends. I don't got to worry about, like, speed or, like, reaction times. I just run. And I was a running. M4 Pro is just ahead of an RTX 3060. Okay. How does that compare to a 1080? How do I do a good comparison? Okay, here we go. Compare. So on the list, we got a 1080. It's just a regular. It's not even a TI. And then the other is the M4. Oh, so the M4 Mini isn't even in here? So I guess I compare it to the 3060 then. Sure. Let's just say a 3060 8 gig, right? Fair comparison. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. How is it that a 1080 is holding up so well? Vintage CPU for the, or vintage GPU for the win. Now, granted, a 4060 does outperform it handily in every category. But holy shit, dude. Yeah, the 30 series is garbage. Fuck that shit. That's crazy to me. That's really fucking crazy to me. Dude, the 1080 is maybe the best GPU purchase of the past 20 years. As far as, like, longevity. I'm curious what the 1080 Ti actually has to say. Dude, the 1080 Ti is right on up there with a 4060. Thing is, 1080 was expensive and 3060 is dirt cheap. I mean, 10 years ago, yes. But just consider, like, how many 3060s or like 4060s, 5060s would you buy in your process of upgrading? And how much would you have spent more compared to just buying one good, like, 1080, you know? So yeah, I'm of the mind that buying the 80 series, while more expensive, will typically get you like 4 generations worth of upgrades. Ooh, as far as power efficiency, if we look at the 1080, yeah, the 4060 is more power efficient. That's a good point. That's a solid point. You're not wrong. Yeah, crazy shit, man. Like, just such longevity, such value, much wow. So wait, Master Gamer. Wait, are you saying with that code snippet that you wanted to paste that we haven't looked at? Is that what you're asking? You probably shouldn't be getting any kind of blue screen of death from HTML and JavaScript. That makes zero sense to me. So, Master Gamer, what I would get at is if you're getting a blue screen from just HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, you might have some bad RAM. That's the only time I've ever dealt with like random blue screens from something that should not cause a blue screen. Because your browser should be sandboxing all that stuff in a way that you don't get a blue screen. So if you're getting a blue screen, I would say you may have a bad, like, couple bad sectors in one of your DIMMs of RAM. Old BIOS misidentifying your CPU. Okay, sure. Yeah, most of my like blue screen issues have always been caused by like a bad DIMM of RAM. But a BIOS update does also somewhat make sense too. So you got at least two things you could try. But yeah, HTML, CSS, JavaScript should not cause any of that. So yeah, I think you just got something going wrong there. All right, so we installed some stuff. Let me do a refresh. Hold on, let me reply to this. All right, so we just installed that. Let's see what we can do here. Yep, so we got Waltr moved up. So yeah, inside of data, you know what? Yeah, this might be a little heavier than what I'm trying to tackle right now. This might be a good stopping point. Right, it's 9 o'clock. I kind of do want to play some games tonight. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll be here on stream. We'll be working on, first and foremost, right, we'll do a news crawl because it's Friday, why not? And we will do some recordings talking about the stuff I want to submit to React Miami. I got like 3 talks I want to submit. And because they don't require, but they encourage a like a video submission, we'll record those here live tomorrow as our like first point of order after a news crawl. And then after that, we'll start implementing this stuff. I think that's the main gist. Yeah, that's our plan. So the start of tomorrow will be proposing talks for React Miami. Right? We'll submit 3 of them. I think I got 2 that I like, and then 1 that I'll have to think about. But yeah, so that's our plan for tomorrow. We do our news crawl, we do the React Miami submissions, and then we get into implementing the stuff that we fixed today to make sure that we have like a whole bunch of like really good stuff. Can I just leave the tunes for the night? Ah, hell yeah. I appreciate that comment. Here's the link if you like the album, and if you want to just, you know, peruse most of the music I play here on stream, that's just right here, the playlist command. Now keep in mind, some of the newer things on that list, like at the top of the list, are not necessarily like synthwave, but the majority of that entire list is synthwave that I fully endorse, and you know, I bought all those albums, right? Who here buys music anymore? I do. So yeah, have at it, enjoy. And I'll be over on gaming stream. I already ate, so Yeah, we're gonna like hop right into gaming. Probably some Path of Exile too. Sounds nice and chill to me. We should figure out who we're gonna go raid though. Like, who's even streaming right now? Oh, Snowcone's going? Yeah, and she's coding right now? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so we're gonna go raid Snowcone. She's doing some Advent of Code. And yeah, I don't do any Advent of Code, so if you're looking to scratch that itch a bit, I would recommend it. And it's their affiliate anniversary? Aw, hell yeah. Oh, we're even hearing them already because I didn't mute that tab like I should have. So yeah, let's go raid Snowcone. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I spelled it right. Cool. Good song. We'll let the song finish. YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I'll be here tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow, right? Obviously. Duh. Cheers. Thanks for